Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
We doing metaphor today? No, we're not doing metaphor today. This is Atlas True Auteurs. 100%. Every game. New music genre, completely banger. Okay, that's enough of that. Too fucking good, though. That song is so fucking good. So, today, we are going to go to my channel. Let's see. We are going to do that button. We are going to do this button. We are going to press enter. And we're gonna move on. God, that's such a good song. That is the normal battle theme. That is a normal battle. That's not the boss theme. That isn't like the fucking like I don't know, like, okay, this is the final enemy of the game. Nope. That's just every goddamn fight except the special ones. I think actually technically it might only be if you get like an ambush on the enemy, but why would you not get an ambush on the enemy? At any rate, how's it going, Malekith? What am I doing? I'm looking to check if we've got any new updates. We check updates. We see last updated 5 hours ago. 5 hours. Well, let's show you control. Cut you out. I sadly found out last night that I am still really bad at Neo. Well, specifically, I'm really bad at Neo 2. I'm not good at it. I have not learned how to play the game. I think that I treated a little too much like Dynasty Warriors and not enough like Dark Souls. Which is to say, I never got any good at Devil May Cry. I never got any good at it. I got better than I was as a kid, but I never got good at it. That like in-between space of high action, like fast paced, but also you need to think about what the fuck you're doing. Gameplay? No, I never figured that shit out. Okay, we've moved over the scripts files. We can now pop over here. We can. Was it? I'm pretty sure it did. Should be yes. Okay. And we pop over here. And today we're going to be doing the Castle Erathia. That is our goal for the day. So we're loading up the caster save. I'm very proud of the Temple of Eep. Like, that went so great, and I'm so happy. We're level 43. Did we need to do inventory? We needed to do inventory management, didn't we? Yeah. Well, fine. You know what? No, we only have... It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to do inventory management. Who's ever heard of an inventory management? Actually, maybe we already did do the inventory management. I'm not seeing any, like, big weapons hanging around, except for these, which I'm supposed to have hanging around. Okay, perfect. This is inventory 3. So, we are heading to Antagaric, and Antagaric is going to lead us to Erathia. And in Erathia, we can cure our disease at the fountain. And then once we've cleared our disease at the fountain, we can hopefully...
Traveling today?
Nice.
The coach leaves right
We can hopefully clear out the castle. I don't know how difficult it's gonna be, if I'm being honest. It might be extremely difficult, and it might be mostly fine. There's only a few ranged attackers, but I don't have a plan of action necessarily. Oh, there we go. You love to see it. You love to see it. I don't have a plan of action for how to actually fight these things. So we're gonna see, because there's obviously these big open spaces, right? Like we've got a massive room here that we could fight in very effectively, except these things are gonna have 30,000 hit points or something. I can't kill them that way. That's not gonna get me to where I'm going. So can I jump over here? Oh, that was silly of me. Move the casters. The other thing is that I could hypothetically, if I managed to get myself...
Yeah, great plan.
Great plan. Let's see. That has archers in it. I don't want to go into that room. Can I open this preemptively? I can't. I can open this preemptively. As long as I don't go past them, I can open that. Wait. We didn't aggro them yet. Okay. So we didn't step on the actual trigger to cause them to go hostile. And what that means is that we can save the game in the back rooms. Let's figure out where we're gonna go. I have done a lot of... I did do really well at the Chapel of Eep, So... They call me Lord Cheese. Let's see. We have that room. I don't necessarily want to open that door. I would love to be able to just shoot a fireball through the gap there, which we might be able to make happen. Let's see here. Where do I want to go? Is the question. Oh, there we go. Ooh, can I actually get up there? No, those are not actual things. Alright, so let's see where we're gonna go. I was like, ooh, that looked like rafters I could jump on. There are not rafters I can jump on. I forgot when I walked outside I was going to trigger the thing. Even though that was kind of part of the plan to do that eventually. So, I guess I could get up on top of here, right? So, we could hypothetically use this. And the issue is going to be dealing with the archers at the front here. And not killing myself, because I think that was me. I think I blew myself up there. Right. I need to swap this off temporarily while we're doing some checking here. We're going to put it back on, but we need to turn it off temporarily while we try to get ourselves... Unfortunately, I'm going to have to jump twice for this now. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to kill this one. Okay, that doesn't have that much HP. I am getting hit by a melee, I think. And this one is dead. Unfortunately, we are very low on everybody, but this damage is coming from a melee. This isn't from one of the archers. So, I think I can make this work. I think we can make this work. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to pop over here, grab this, walk to here, jump over your head, don't worry about it, jump again. Hop around. Try to get into a corner. We're getting tagged by somebody. That is a melee attack, I think. Yes. We're getting meleeed. So we're basically looking to figure out a position we can get to up there that we can safely stand. Because I don't think there's going to be anything over there. I believe that they can get into that corner there. So I don't think that corner is going to help me too much. I don't think that there's going to be... Because we have different options than we normally do, because we can be far enough away from the enemies for them to not... I don't need to be in melee range. Okay, do I want to try... Okay, we didn't succeed in getting through that. Okay, I got tagged by a melee. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how to block myself off from the melees. I think I need to maybe get into a position and then immediately... start moving around. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. I have the flame blast on still. Okay, we're getting hit by a guard. Getting hit by more guards. I need to... I don't think that that's a great option. I'm happy that we're going to have to deal with a consistent set of enemies, though. Okay, so let's take a look around. This is probably not going to help me too much. I think they can hit me while I'm on top of that. This is locked. And there's nothing of value in here, I don't think. Let's turn this off before I forget and kill myself. And... I think... I think we basically just rotate around with the hope that we can lock them in. Alright. Are you... How much damage are you doing? Yeah, we're definitely getting tagged by more than just the ranged, I think, but I could be wrong on that. Alright, let's see. Another option is this spot. Can I just loot this and trigger hostility? No, I don't trigger hostility when I loot this. So, with that being the case... Well, you know, it's commonly understood that once you're past the point that the guards are guarding, everyone assumes that you're supposed to be there, right?
I need healing.
That's what they tell me in all the shows about thieves. Oh, I'm just cleaning the painting. Done. Why am I so heavily armed and scary looking? Well, I'm so heavily armed and scary looking because I'm holding a priceless artifact. I need to be able to protect it, obviously, from hooligans who would steal it. Okay, let's see if we can do something with this room. This is an interesting room because it has a bunch of archers in it already. But it has these pews that don't seem to be too much use to me, unfortunately. We're going to try doing the pews in a different way. We're going to try to use them by standing in the middle of them. But that's... Oh, that's a problem. That was a slight bit of a mistake there. Okay, so we are getting hit by the conscripts there, guaranteed. I don't think that I have enough space in that location to do too much. Let me take a look, actually. I'm pretty sure all the walls are pretty barren. And like there's no sloped walls up here that I could like, I don't think so. Like if I could get a little bit more elevation, I could get out of range. Potentially, but there's no alcove for me to just hide in there, I don't think. Let's see. I could do this. I don't know if this will work. I do know for a fact that you can get into places and nobody will ask questions that you're definitely not supposed to be in, but which are not like high importance. I definitely know that for a fact because there was at some point I was like wandering around a hotel because I'm an insomniac and I couldn't sleep. And as I was just sort of like wandering around the hotel, I ended up not traveling through any doors that were staff-only doors, but I ended up in a staff-only area, right? Like, I was behind the scenes where, like, the kitchens are, and I was just wandering around in there. And nobody cared. Like, nobody gave any shits. Because I'm not bothering anybody, I'm just wandering around. But, like, everyone there is like, okay, well, you know, most of us are in uniform. Like, everyone was in uniform, right? Because this is, like, staff at a hotel. So pretty much everyone's in uniform. Everyone just assumes that either I am clocking in for a shift or I'm someone's kid, maybe, because I think I was maybe like in my late teens at the time, or I'm delivering something for one of the staff, or any of a number of reasons why I would be there. So I'm just like kind of wandering around. And that wasn't like a high security environment, but it was an environment where there were like hundreds of people around who could have potentially like stopped me and said, hey, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Nobody did, right? I don't think anybody noticed, right? So even if you're not in uniform, I think that for the most part, people just aren't even going to notice. I think that the way to do this might involve this place, honestly. We might get our best results. This is probably the wrong one to open. We want to open the other one, preferably. Wait, okay. It took so long for them to aggro. Okay, can I do anything here? With no, this bed is too small. We need a bigger bed. That's what we need. What's with these monarchs and having tiny beds? We could hypothetically use this wall, but I don't think this is going to work. This area is, I think, not going to be viable. This area is not going to be viable. I think a lot of these places are going to be really, really hard with the melees in a way that they weren't before. Let's see, where else could I go? I think we're going to make another attempt over here. And I'm going to stand closer to here. I don't think this is going to work better. I think this is going to work worse. Oh, actually, we have a lot of damage.
I'm hurt.
That was pretty close. If I had actually had the single target spells, we might have actually beaten that. Let's try this, because I have a feeling that I might be able to pull some shenanigans there. Like, that worked way better than I would have expected. I'm not going to change this setting until I get in there, I think. Oh. Shit. Please. Okay, I didn't die. Okay. We're going to stand right here. Most likely what's going to happen is if I manage to start getting the projectiles out there... Ooh, we might not... That's actually very funny. You know, because for the most part, if someone is coming at you and saying, I need to get into your comms room, it's because there's someone who's supposed to be in your comms room. Okay. This might actually work. Oh, that's a good question. Oh! You know, does a pretty decent bit of damage. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Not bad. I don't know why that shot through. That one didn't hit for some reason. Oh, wait. Why is it not? Ouch. Alright, well, that's going to be a concern. There's a decent chance that at some point we're going to kill ourselves with that flame blast here, because we just shot the floor randomly, and we just got lethal on somebody. If we can clear this entire pack, then we'll be in good shape. No, I didn't read the new patch notes. I don't usually read the patch notes. I have no idea what's actually happening until I, like, you know, after like a couple of months, I'll just go and not reread. I'll go read all of them at once. Or I'll read the patch notes if I notice something that I'm like, has this been changed? And if so, how? So what changed? Oh, beautiful. Okay, at least one more down. Now, every time one of them dies, they're going to be moving around a bit, and there's the possibility of leaks. Every death of an enemy is another reroll of the dice. Oh, bounties work now? Holy shit! Okay, I'll take a look at the bounties. That's fun and exciting. My cursor over here. We have 2 characters with AoEs now. Eventually, we're going to have 4 characters with AoEs. For now, we just have the 2. But eventually, we're going to have AoEs for days. Okay, that didn't hurt us that badly, actually. We blew ourselves up, but not for much. Could you stop, like, shooting the floor? Do spells do reduced damage to you compared to what they do to the enemies or something? Because that blast that I just hit myself with definitely didn't do as much damage as I would have expected. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. So it hits harder if you're directly on top of an enemy. Or if you shoot the wall directly in front of you. Whereas, I think when I'm shooting the ground here, I'm shooting pretty far away, actually. That's, like, probably about half of the actual radius of the fireball away. Okay, another one fell over. This is exciting. We are going to make it. We might even make it on this attempt. Stop hitting the floor. There we go. The worst part is that when I hit the floor like that, I'm not hitting them at all. I'm just hitting me. It's so bad. Alright, we have 4 saves available to us. Because we might actually have a ton of saves available. It depends. If we can get into the green here, which is totally possible. It's possible that we can get into the green here. It occurs to me that I should probably be using my single target damage. There's another one down. Getting there. Oh, that actually hit. I'm actually surprised that we're not hitting more often with this. Okay, we actually hit them and us. So that's convenient. Okay, another one dies. Just blast ourselves again. It's fine, don't worry about it. Not a ton of them left. And once we clear this pack, we have to deal this pack, which is obviously not damaged yet. I think we have like 26 hours or something like that before we have to worry about... That's not right. 31 hours before we have to worry about being tired. So, like that's definitely not right. That doesn't even get us to 11 o'clock. I could be wrong, but I believe that we're going to have a ways to go here. We're not going to open the other side of this thing. We are going to leave it just to this one. My hope is that I can clear this initial pack here, and that the other pack will not move, and then I can just save. So we'll have a save where we've opened up, we have gotten in here, and gotten the first clearance done, and then from there we can figure out where we need to go from there, as opposed to needing to like redo this portion of it. So we'll see how it goes. I think there's a decent chance that we will be able to make it happen. the key is basically just going to be that this thing needs to die immediately, and it's not going to.
I need healing.
Yeah, we're not doing enough damage to clear these guards out fast. So we got that one down pretty low. But when they do leak, we don't really have a good answer. I guess I could have probably tried running away, but I don't know that that would have worked super great. Is that my most promising? Yeah, what level are you? I don't have ID Master. I just have Expert. Do we have an item on? We don't have an item on. We could see.
I don't know.
No shit. Okay. At least 15 levels above my modified skill. My modified skill is only like... what, like 20? So that would only get me up to like 35, and I'm like 43. So these are presumably like in their 80s or something, I would think. Like the champions of the sword are really high level, I think. Do I have another angle that I want to try? I guess kind of. I have one other angle that I want to make an attempt with before I do this, which is I'm going to try the bookcase over here. Because I think there's a bookcase in this room. There's no bookcase in this room. I have these two reversed, I think. Okay, we're going to go to the other room and see if there's a bookcase in that room. Just do a hang. And the reason that okay, there's a table here. I can just stand on this table. Nobody can hit me when I'm on this table, right? You can't hit me. You can't hit me. I'm on a table. I'm on a table. I have the high ground. Let's see. We actually do have a fairly small number of enemies to deal with if we do that. Now that I think about it, I'm wondering if there's a mechanism by which I could deal with those. Probably not, right? I just don't have the... I don't think I have the like CC potential. If I aggro like this and run immediately over here, we have these three to deal with, and then we have the guards themselves. How hard are you hitting, by the way? Yeah, we can't get hit by those ones. We can actually get hit by them, I would say, 3 times if we get really lucky. We have 2 characters that the first time they die, they don't die. And we have one character who has a really large amount of armor class and enough HP that they won't die with preservation, I think. I think that person getting to negative 2400, I think that the dragon probably would have gotten to negative 1000-ish, which probably would have killed them anyway, but I have high hopes. The other thing we could try to do is just assume that they're going to break if they walk into the staircase. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's a thing that we could assume. Let's see. What else could we do? This table could hypothetically be used to good effect, but I don't imagine it can be. I could see a world where something like this would, but it's too low. It really does feel like there's not a ton of really nice places to stand in this dungeon. It's a dungeon that's well suited for a bunch of melee enemies. Let's see. And the unfortunate thing is that I think there's a very high probability that I'm gonna have to deal. You know, I haven't checked this one. I assume that this is gonna be the same. It looks like it is. But yeah. The issue that I have with the other place is that I feel like there's a very high chance that I'm going to fairly consistently get those down to just like a couple of them left. And then once it's just a couple of them, they're just gonna start leaking like crazy. Damn. Even the soldier is obliterating the shit out of me. This is like a tier 2. That is a tier 2 enemy. Let's see. If I equip my... So these are level 52, the conscripts. This is the lowest level creature in the zone, I think. Level 52. Level 62 for the soldiers. Yep. Okay, what can I do about you assholes? I'm gonna walk in here again. I'm gonna walk out of here again. Ooh! Hey, buddy! I'm gonna walk over here. I'm just gonna hide in this corner. This is gonna go badly. And let's see. I'm wondering if maybe I can... We're going to rely heavily on the fact that the enemies bunch on each other in this engine and tend to get stuck. Whatever strategy we're going to use, it's going to entail exploiting that aspect of the enemies. I think... we can... I'm going to try the library again. Fuck! Oh god. God damn it. Okay, because I think in the library I might be able to lock the melees in if I do certain things. And if I can lock the melees into position... and then kill the casters before they kill me? Because if I can lock the melees in position by basically standing in one spot and jumping to get out of their range until they solidify into a pattern where none of them can hit me, which I think might work, and it might not work. We just don't know. But if I can try that... one of them hit me from there. It might have only hit me because I jumped, honestly. Somebody just hit me. I think it was one of the melees. I don't know where the other... Okay, there's the other archer. This is level 57. So actually the archers are the lowest level creatures in here. You have 4,000 hit points. And you hit for 700... These can and will insta-give me. The normal bowman can just hit me once and kill me. So... we'll need to... need to figure something out here. So I can try... a strat that involves this place, which is going to go a lot harder for me. And that, I'm pretty sure, is GG. I think they're not going to get trapped in there in a way that's useful. Like, even for the melees, they weren't... Like, that room was not super good. It was a pretty bad routing. I honestly think our best bet is probably this room. So we go into this corner. We're in a slightly different position this time. That one's going to kill me, probably. This one's definitely going to kill me, unless I walk out here and then somebody else will come. Let's see. Going down here could hypothetically help if I had the ability to run back through them, which I'm not going to have. Let's try this again. Boop. That was too close. Shit. Okay. I'm trying to get as close to the trigger. I could try fearing them if they come in. That might work. So, like, if we cast Fear on you, that succeeded. It did not. Interesting. I don't think it's super likely to work that way. I'm going to go a little bit further from the closer to the entrance this time. Too far. Okay, we're gonna stand here. Yeah, you know these assholes are leaking. For a while there, they weren't hitting me, but I don't have Paralyze. I don't have any light spells other than the ones that I started with. I haven't been to a place that has a light magic guild. So we have Light Bolt and Thinger. Yeah, nothing super impressive. Let's see, we're in a fairly okay position.
Go.
That's interesting. I wasn't. Okay, that hit one of them. We're moving around in ways that are dangerous. I don't want to have to move. Okay, we hit them there. Why am I hitting the wall? That's not great. That's pretty funny. So that one's hitting. But we can't hit with both of them right now. I think I have to move. Okay, we're hitting some of them here, but not a lot of them. There we go, we're hitting more of them with this. One of them fell over. The fighter comes in. We can try to fear it off. We did not succeed. So we just die. Yeah, that they leaked in a. I got myself in there safely. I think that this might just come down to getting the right positioning, honestly. Because we got them positioned in a place there that I think was actually reasonably strong. I'm going to stand right here. Okay, this is too close to the entrance. There's too many angles from which they have vision there. Because they're going to be sort of like rotating into each other and pushing each other forward a little bit, I think. So let's try this. Okay, I moved away from the wall a little bit. Let's...
I'm hurt.
Okay, unfortunately we failed the fear. Let's see. Oop. There are other ways that I could do this, by the way. I don't have to run through it this way. I just prefer not to turn on the ability to hit friendlies. I prefer to let them hit me first. That's my preference. So this soldier was able to kill my vampire in one hit. We got a lot of leaks there. I'm not sure how many were coming from the direction that... We're just gonna walk through. Yep. See, when I don't try to do it the fun way, I die. Did it make a difference there? No, it wasn't that. But superstitiously, that was what caused it. Oh, you know, it happened again. You know, it's clear. I need to do things the correct way, which is to jump directly onto the very edge of the thing that triggers it. See? Okay, well, we got further. Get my lucky rabbit's foot out. Let's see. That's very funny. They all got locked in such a bizarre position over here. Oops. Point it at the ground. Okay, now they're just gonna leak to me. I'm actually gonna run away and see if I can get all the way to this area and kill these. Okay, we do not move fast enough to stop these from getting to me. Okay. The other thing that I could do, actually though, wait a second. In theory, if I could do this, get them over here, and then once they're here, somehow get past them again, I could potentially get into a corner where the enemies aren't. But I don't think that that's possible, because I don't have a pathway to do that with. This thing in the middle, I do think, is actually going to be the solution for this set of characters. Whoa! Okay. And I do want to be far back, if possible. Okay. That was rude of you. So, if I stand all the way over here, I'm fairly sure that they can freely leak. But maybe not. But they are pretty far away here. Yeah, they can freely leak. That's what I thought. So... I could try the other direction as well. It's very rude of you. This is a that I think is a non-starter. I don't know that I can get in that room from that direction. Okay. A lot of how effective this is going to be really depends on the initial setup here. And I don't know. Like, this room is a possibility. I don't think... there's a possibility that I basically get a setup up here that works. But it's going to rely on, I think... killing the archers... Oh, God. This is going to come down to... Okay, what we're doing. It's gonna come down to killing the archers before they can hit anybody, basically. And then also happening to get lucky and having the melees not immediately obliterate me while I'm in the corners up there. There is the possibility... I didn't realize just how hard those archers were hitting. There's the possibility that when I'm up there, I'm more consistently out of range of the melees than you'd think. I need to just jump over them there. It's just that because we can get insta-gibbed by the archer, we have to be dealing initial damage right here, jumping up, and then burning this bowman down before it gets a hit off. That was a bad idea. So, one of them did just hit me. So we have somebody on my ass here. They do get better vision on me when I move around a bit sometimes, but I think this might work. This might work. We got killed by the archer there, but we were taking periodic damage from the others. The question is going to be whether there's going to consistently be a target that's hitting me here or not. Which we don't know yet. Damn. The archer is going to be a problem. And we'll just have to see if the others are also a problem or if the others can be worked with. Okay. Okay. Shit. Fuck. This is not even a half. Damn. All the archers are dead. This is proof of concept right here, I think. So, if we had been hit for a little bit less damage on Goose, or if that attack had gone to somebody else, we would have this. This is in the clear. So, library it is. So, library is the strat. And we'll see. I think jumping will kill me. I guess I should have checked. But I don't think I need to check because, like, we just don't need to jump. Fuck, I'm not targeting the... But yeah, we're getting burned down there. Actually, that might have been the archer. No, that was definitely something else. Let's see. I don't think that the exact corner that I'm in matters so much as the just being in one of the corners and fuck. Damn.
Got that one.
Okay. This corner is working pretty consistently. I'm going to try to get into this corner. That's the corner that we're going to shoot for. I think if I jump, I'm going to die. That's my assumption, is that jumping is going to get me in line of sight. Fuck. Okay, I'm dead. If on the initial entry I get taken out, I can't even consistently get the one round of archers before jumping up. So what we're basically looking for is to get a round into the archers and then to basically burn through the top tier immediately. I don't know where it went. There's also the possibility of locking in the archer. Potentially. I should probably have a single target spell right now. Either way. Let's see. Yeah, I do like this corner. I think this corner is going to work well. I just need to... And I don't think I want to do the single target, because I'm going to hit at least 2 of the archers off the bat. And the mid-tier may or may not join the rest of them. So... Okay. Okay, I just blew myself up. That was fun and exciting. Maybe not. I think that was actually just the delay of the vampire right now. So, this one's dead. Okay, if I jump, I die. So once we're up there, we're not jumping at all. We need to just be against the back wall and... try to survive. Eradicated? Rude. Okay, they got eradicated by the mid-tier archer. Whoop. Okay. I need to actually turn this off for right now. Where is... Am I getting killed by melees right now? I think I'm getting killed by melees. I'm getting killed by melees. Rude. Okay. I positioned myself in a bad place there, apparently. If I had been positioned slightly better there, then I would have just had that, because I don't think the archer could hit me from there. So... Okay, this one down. There's the okay, I'm not getting just hit by the bowman here. Yeah, there's unfortunately going to be some variance here, and I'm not sure if it's going to be possible to make this work, even once I get them all in position. Because once they start dying... Once they start dying, they're going to change each other's positions again. So I don't know that this is going to work the way that I need it to work, honestly. Let's see. But unfortunately, it is going to have to be either here, and we might actually have this one locked in a place that's good for us here. Died to something. Well, we can't do wasps. This is the dungeon that we have to do. We have to do this dungeon now. So we need to figure out a mechanism to do it. But yeah, this is the dungeon. We're in Might and Magic 7, and this is the only dungeon in Erathia that's left. So we've always managed to find a way to clear this dungeon when we get here. We just need to figure out what the strategy is. Like, I don't think I've ever failed to clear this dungeon, have I? I think we're going to try this strategy again because I have concerns that we're going to get that other strategy working, and it's going to be an actual, like, dead end, and we're going to have wasted a bunch of time on a dead end. Okay, that one's dead. Unfortunately, there's more. I think that this strategy is more likely to give us an actual clear than the other one was. Because we got it down to, I think, just like a couple of enemies. And admittedly, they were still pretty high in HP. But if they had just behaved slightly differently, then we would have been fine.
Ready to.
Damn. It happened to kill the person that had preservation up. We wouldn't have died if preservation was still up there. It might have killed somebody else anyway, because I think that the person with preservation has more durability, but... Okay, we're gonna try pinning ourselves right here. I think this is too far away. I think that's too far back. I think we need to be closer. I'm going to try shooting for the midpoint in the doorway there. Or midpoint to the doorway, rather. So we're going to shoot to be right here, I think. We need to get back.
I need healing.
Alright, the other thing that I'm going to do, actually, is we don't have to worry too much about the cost of saving, because we're going to be getting into the green fairly quickly, and the first pull is very likely to include the bulk of the enemies anyway. So we're going to go to here. We're going to save this under danger again with the 2 AoEs disabled, so that I don't... There have been a couple of times where I've literally killed myself with an AoE by just doing a little bit of chip damage. And this will also improve our damage against these initial leaks. Okay. Stand right here.
I'm hurt badly.
I don't like how far forward those are. What just hit me? Something hit me from out of line of sight, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think that halfway point is going to work, because at that halfway point, we're too close to the entrance, and we risk getting killed by enemies that are not even visible. So we're going to stand right here. And part of this is going to be... That one in the front is going to leak, right? Almost certainly. I'd like to... I'd like to basically tag the one in the front. There we go. And that is a conscript, which was the weakest tier. Okay, so... we're going to heal ourselves back up. We are going to swap to Fireball. We're not going to swap to the other thing yet. Okay, that hits somewhere. What the fuck is happening? Thorn Fighter? Interesting. I don't think I want to save this, because there's a possibility that this is a guaranteed death, and we just don't know it yet. But also we can't save because we're in the red. Doesn't in the red cost more to save than being in the yellow? Oh, it doesn't? It costs the same amount? Oh! We can save this under dungeon. Oh, I didn't realize that I could do that. That gives us a lot of options. Okay, then we have the ability to navigate this a lot more effectively then. So this is going to kill us.
I need healing.
Okay. I'm like, this is going to kill us, so that it almost didn't. Okay, so that isn't going to work.
I'm hurt badly.
Oh. Okay, the save for this might not work. There's going to be inconsistency in their behavior at the very start here. Okay, we're hitting more of them if we do this. But we're also triggering our death.
Ready.
I need flank.
Unless it just keeps missing. If it misses enough times, then we can save that. We can survive that. Okay. This is hitting for a total of 379. Actually, do I want to just set this instead of on E? Do I want to set it on, like... Yeah, let's set this on E. That way, I can... change back and forth more casually. Not that it matters, because unless I manage to clear this entire pack, which doesn't seem super likely here. We're only hitting a few of them. We're hitting like 4 of them, maybe. That's too far. Okay, I'm actually going to put this on double speed. As soon as I put it on double speed, some of them started leaking. This is why I never put it on double speed, okay? Double speed is the enemy. Okay, it's fine. You know what? I am going to put you back on this.
Yes, it's ready.
Okay. I can't do turn-based. That's gross. Unacceptable behavior. I think I just need a slightly different angle for the two of them. So you can do this. And then you, I need to... Yeah, there we go. And then we turn back. Should be fine. Let's see if I can be real aggressive here. There we go, 3,500. Love that. Don't know how many targets I'm hitting, but I would assume several. They don't have an insane amount of HP. Like, we should be able... That's 5,500. There we go. That's... and then we immediately get eradicated. Yeah. The issue with this setup is how susceptible we are to leaks. I just moved backward a step to see if there was going to be a change there. And if I move back while I'm in this position already, I'm going to cause leaks. And it is leaks plural. There are going to be multiple leaks if I do this. And we actually almost got these down. The initiates of the sword aren't actually that bad. Let's see. If I move a little away from the wall... Can I shoot into the hallway? Okay, we're going to try this position. I was wondering about this. I think that the time that I got it so successfully, I was fairly close to this section. I'm like in the middle of this and a little bit out from the wall. And my hope is that in a position like this, I can hit the bulk of the enemies all at once. And make this successful. We'll see how it goes, but I have high hopes. Like, this is a fairly good set of fireballs here. It's a 3,000 damage fireball. We've already started clearing out the weaker ones. Okay, I'm going to turn a little bit to the right. Let's see if... Oh, no. Okay. I'm going to stay on this alignment. We're only hitting for like 4k now. But part of that is because some of them are dead, probably. And the second set seems to have locked in. So... Okay, that's another one dead. Did not result in the whole group moving at all. But yeah, we'll have 2 additional saves once we clear this pack. If we manage to do this pack. I think that we have the ability to make this work on this save. I think it'll happen. I didn't realize that I could save while I'm in the red. Like this. This will make a lot of stuff way easier, including for the melee run. There's a lot of situations where I have a fairly difficult setup that I need to do, and then I feel like I don't have the ability to explore the setup as much as I'd like to, and I just have to reset up every time, and then try to play very, very conservatively once I've got the setup listed, because it's like, okay, it's going to take me a few attempts to get the setup. If I can consistently get the setup and then save, we should have a much easier time. I legitimately thought it cost like 20 food to save in the red. I didn't think that I could actually just save here. So, in theory, I think we can make this work. Another one just died. Okay, that only hit the Thorn Fighter. But we do have a boss and 2 champions left that I think the guards have higher stats than the normal champions of the sword. I could be wrong, but I think that they're not standard champions of the sword. I'm probably wrong. The guards are probably just champions of the sword. Yes, that's a combo counter. So that character is an elementalist, which is a class that was added for this mod. And every time they cast a spell, they will random what spell they're casting within a type. At the moment, I only have Fireball for AoEs, so it's just AoE. It's Fireball every time. But they random which spell they cast, and they increase their combo counter, which increases the damage that they do with each spell, but also increases its mana cost. So with each subsequent spell, you're hitting harder, but also burning through more of your mana bar. So it's kind of like that character's version of Ascension, which increases the mana cost and damage of the spells, just, generically. Like, that always takes place. Whereas this is like, as you fight and sort of like stockpile hits, you accumulate additional damage. Okay. Yeah, the Elementalist is a bit of a mixed bag. They run into the issue that there's a lot of spells that you would want to cast where it matters the specific spell that you're trying to cast, not just like the type. So like with shotgun spells, Sparks and Poison Spray are both shotgun spells. Their usage cases are completely different, right? Like they just, like, Poison Spray will hit far away targets, and it will hit, and it does good against targets that are literally like right on top of you. At mid-range, Poison Spray is terrible. But Sparks is actually great at mid-range. Sparks is a great mid-range option that allows you to put down a layer of mines that the enemies, like multiple enemies, will run into, or the same enemy might run into them multiple times. Like, Sparks is a great mid-range option in corridors and stuff like that. So I'm finding that there's a lot of times where I'm like, okay, I want to just be manually casting Sparks over and over again, rather than using the random spell. But so it's a bit of a mixed bag. I'm curious to see as I go through the game. They don't have to invest points into Ascension the way that the Ascension characters do. So in theory, they should have the ability to have a higher base skill. And for now, they seem to be doing pretty similar damage to the other spellcasters that I have, who are investing into Ascension. And there's an interesting element to that where the Elementalist is a character who always has enough ascension to run themselves out of mana functionally, right? Like no matter how much you increase your SP, you never have to worry about not being able to use it, right? You're always going to be able to use your SP. So the which is kind of a mixed thing for you, right? Like in some contexts that's great because it's like, okay, we're going to be getting to the ability to run yourself out, which means that you're getting more damage, right? The issue that they run into is that they're not able to sustain, like kind of period, right? Like you're not going to get to a point where they naturally sustain and just leave them at that level for a while, which comes down to like personal taste and preference. The Elementalist, in the moment, you're making a lot of decisions of like, so I don't have access to just attacking with a ranged attack because I disable that, right, for my run. If you attack with a ranged attack, you reset your stacks immediately, right? So in the moment-to-moment gameplay with the Elementalist, you have the ability to decide how much mana you want to use and then put a stop to it once you've reached a certain point, in a way that once you've invested enough points into Ascension on a character, you can't undo it. You cannot bring them down to a sustainable value. It's easy on a caster to make them permanently unsustainable, or at least unsustainable for the foreseeable future. If you get a item that's like a big DPS upgrade, but reduces your SP regen, well, now you have a problem because you got an Ascension level that you had dictated with the amount of SP that you had at the time. So if you upgrade your overall character but downgrade your SP, it can end up being a major downgrade because you start running out of mana in a way that which it just trashes your DPS to zero. So that's a thing that you can do on other casters that the Elementalist is never going to have that as a problem, because the Elementalist is only accumulating increased mana cost as they keep casting, right? So maybe they can get to a lower amount of stacks than they could before they start running into problems, but you're never going to run into a situation where the Elementalist is like, okay, we've downgraded our SP regen, and now they just are unusable, right? That's just not a thing that happens. So the dynamic between Ascension and Elementalist play is one that I think is very interesting, and I'm definitely curious to play with more. I'm very curious to see how this all plays out, because usually I'm not using casters, right? Like I'm aware of how casters work. I can look at the theory behind them and go, okay, I can grasp this. But this is like my first time playing like as a dedicated caster group in forever, right? Like I did a dedicated caster thing for like a little bit of New Sorpigal a while back, before Elementalists were finished, and then I just kind of like abandoned the run because like the Elementalist had some bugs with it that weren't working. Like the status screen was giving me errors and stuff like that. This was a long time ago, and so, but I don't usually use casters, so it's been interesting to like experience them, and I've been really enjoying doing a dedicated caster run with. Okay, this guard is not even close to dead, but they don't need to be. There's only one left, so if I hadn't died right there, see, we'd be fine. We got this locked in. It's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Okay, so we know how we're doing this. We're moving like this. We are changing this to that. Are you? Yes. Okay, we do the fast part first. We are getting into shit that's leaked. I don't love that for me, but unfortunately they got the vampire. Okay. Yeah, if I hadn't lost, I would have won. That's so true. If only I had won, I would have won. If I had responded faster to that thing showing up there, I think I could have won that. The enemies were so low there. This is gonna leak. We might be able to kill this conscript before it does anything. We did. Okay. So, are you on? Okay, you are. I could turn it on double speed. Let's try double speeding it and seeing if we can survive this way. My guess, I think that if I'm on double speed, the rounding is going to make it worse. I think we're going to have more leaks due to the way that rounding works for the pathing. And that is something that doesn't... I don't know a better way to describe the concept that I'm talking about than just to say rounding, but it makes sense to me. When you're dealing with very finicky behaviors like this, the very minuscule details matter a lot. I could potentially aim it like here. I can't aim into the hallway here. And we're looking to avoid having them we're looking to avoid having it behind cover. So I'm not sure that it's better than just hitting the wall. Hitting the wall, you'll hit the target closer. Or sorry, hitting the ground, you'll hit the closer, but you'll also be more likely to have some of them out of line of sight. Though that's a pretty good location. This spot here is not bad. The issue is... Okay, I think it works for both of them. I wish I could put it on double speed, but I don't think that I can. I think that they leak more if I'm on double speed. They might just leak twice as fast if I'm on double speed. The beginning here is kind of leaky. Yeah, the longer we go, without... That's working real well. Let's see. Okay, we do need to turn back this way to use these attacks. Like they change. I'm not sure what you meant by that actually. Like presumably they should have they should be basically like triggering like double the number of AI calculations. Like it's like, okay, they're going like X distance either way. Oh, really? Is that true? I didn't realize that at double speed they were still like updating what they're doing at the same speed. I thought that they were doing the same thing, just twice as fast. That's interesting. So you could hypothetically use that to your advantage in some circumstances. Guess I should probably. Okay, we got 1,200 hit there. So we've cleared out a decent number of them here. That one leaked. Unfortunately, it leaked and got the hit off before I responded. We did get it unleaked there. I can't change the party order in this one, right? Is it only in Might and Magic 6 that you can change party order casually? Alright, that's too bad. Because if I could move this character to the right side, I think that the reason that I'm basically running into the problem I am is... Ooh, that's concerning. So this is probably going to kill me, but... Okay, well, you know, it wasn't... It didn't need to be that mean about it. I'm going to do something really weird. We're taking a weird movement here. Okay, that released a lot of them. So, if I take a step forward... Okay, that leaked really far forward. Not a huge fan of where that went up. So rude. You know what I should do? I should try to do this setup again, but I should just move myself to the other side. Stop hitting the Elementalist and the Vampire. Stop hitting everybody. Just hit the Dragon. Okay. Yeah, we got a couple that are leaking already. That was terrifying. Okay. Well, you hit the dragon, but unfortunately you're also a fighter. Okay. We can make this work. What if we could go this way? This is just gonna let them leak. I think that this is gonna end way worse. Oh yeah, this is a terrible location. We're like hitting half as many targets and they're leaking? Yeah, no. That's not a good place. Okay, we take a very tiny step this way. Okay, that's concerning. That thing's gonna leak eventually. It was just an initiate. Unfortunately, we don't... This is a bad angle. There we go. That's a good angle. Is this also a good angle for you? No, it's a terrible angle for you. But... Actually, it's a very random angle. We seem to be... having significant disconsistency. You know, linguistic prescriptivists. If they get hit with AoE, they're more likely to leak in some ways, I believe, because when they're hit by an AoE, multiple of them are going to be rotating around at the same time, right? So, but eventually you're going to be hitting all of them. AoEs, I think, are overall better for consistently getting through a pack, because what you're going to find is that most of the leaks happen off of either... See how this one's moving here? This one is very susceptible to leaking right now. There's a very decent chance that this one leaks on me, except it can't because it would have... So this one here, see how it rotated like that? The thing that causes the leaks more than anything is when you hit an enemy that's doing this while it's close to the front. Right? So you can see this enemy is still moving. Everybody else is mostly static, except for this one, which luckily died. The advantage of doing the AoEs is that the ones that are toward the front are going to be getting hit, and all of them are getting hit. So when things start dying, which is going to cause more enemies to start moving because they're all changing their position again, right? When you get them all moving, then they're lower in HP. So when they do leak, they're not leaking with full hit points. They're leaking with some like smaller amount of hit points. The issue that we're running into here is that we have 3 targets that have massively more HP than everything else. All of the enemies in here are so low in HP compared to the boss and the two champions, right? The guards. The guards have just incredible amounts of HP. So because of that, when we get to the final bit, see, if this missed a couple of times, we could actually pretty trivially kill this, right? This was low enough that we could basically kill it when it leaks if it had leaked a little bit later than it did. Unfortunately, it didn't. It leaked exactly when it did. Let's see. Can I... Okay, we've moved them a little bit, and now they all kill us. We moved forward a little bit, and then she aggroes. This is just a particularly tough dungeon. So we are at a very early stage of the game, and we're facing off with late game enemies. So the lowest level enemy in the dungeon is these conscripts. These conscripts are level 52. My character's a level 43. So we're dealing with, I think that the top tiers in here are like level 100. And in addition to them being high level, I think they are also like very high damage for their level. I could be wrong on that, but I think that like champions of the sword and things like that are extremely damaging, even for the point in the game that you fight them. They're very deadly. So I should not have done that. That was silly of me. Unfortunately, that was a fairly small hit as well. Okay, we're not getting any decent hits, and this is a champion of the sword. This is an actual champion of the sword, not a guard. Yeah, we can't see what level these are, but that's terrifying. Let's load this up. But yeah, the run is going to go in and out of difficulty, because this is probably the hardest dungeon for a long time. I could unreserve some mana. It is all, like... I guess I don't need torchlight. I think it's all, like, damage stuff at the moment, I think. Wait, do I have stun skin active? I don't. Let's see. I don't have int active, which is thinger. I feel like I don't know how big of a difference it's gonna make in my mana regen to take off Fire Aura, for instance. We can see. I guess it's not making that big of a difference in the damage done. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Empower Magic. This is 15%. Like, I mean, I guess it's not making that huge of a difference. Like the combo stuff is doing a better job for me. Let's see. So we had about half, so we have 40% more regen. I think that overall, the other way is probably going to give me more total damage throughput. It would obviously be preferable to just cast those spells on somebody else, but I don't have the ability to just cast them on somebody else. The fire thing doesn't affect Cassowary at all, though, so there is that. It also means that we have to wait all the way to full. You have meditation active, right? Wait, do I not have meditation active? Goose has meditation. Meditation is not showing up on my list here, but I assume that doesn't matter. We're going to wait until Mina gets close to full before bursting out, because we're getting double regen for as long as we are waiting, and then there's a 10-second window where we stop getting it. So we're just going to burst all of their mana into this. Let's see. See how it goes. It's an issue. She's just gonna kill me. She's at full HP. The leaks. Leaks. Okay. Okay, that's too far. We basically moved into a position where they could actually see us. We have just an initiate here. We might be able to kill it. This is a normal soldier. If it hits the right targets, we might win. Okay. We survived through that pack. And then we killed ourselves. We're probably gonna die the second that we make that thing angry. Maybe not, though. Oh yeah, we are so boned here. They're hitting us from outside. Okay. What if I were to... Alright, that triggered this to just come attack me. Which is suboptimal for me. I'm gonna try getting deeper into the corner here. The thing is that I feel like if we're this far back, they can just rotate into me. Like, I don't think there's anything stopping them from rotating all the way to me from there. Let's try this. This micro adjustment. Yeah, it's real rough. I'm tempted to try to reset this to get them on the opposite side. Because having to work with them being on this side of me is a problem. I just killed myself with a fireball. Actually, no, I didn't. We had way too much negative for that to have been the thing that caused the death, I think. I don't hit, my fireballs don't hit that hard. So, try going here. The issue is that there's not, it's not like fully consistent. Like, I'm not going to, they're not going to behave exactly the same way each time. Okay, that's 2,600 damage fireball. Wow. That was rude. What did I even hit? Like, I don't feel like I'm in a position where that should have hit anything, but... such is life sometimes. Yeah, I do think it probably makes sense to take off Fire Aura, maybe. Getting plus 46. Yeah, I think Fire Aura is probably not going to be contributing enough damage to be worth it. It might have to be... it might have to be the library. We got that one attempt that went incredibly well, and we haven't gotten that kind of success since then. Does it actually make sense to try to shoot up? This might... because they're going to be on the stairs. If I could just clear this Thorn Fighter, we'd be in such good shape. Unfortunately, we also have like really shitty placement here for doing this. If I could consistently like shoot this and have it work, I could get a lot of extra damage out. Just completely whiffed there. Well played. I think if this attempt goes badly, which it's already kind of going badly because we're just not doing very much damage. I'm going to move forward a step. Am I now shooting the guard? I think I'm shooting the guard. Like, I think I'm specifically shooting to... yeah, I'm trying to hit the guard. I have line of sight on it now. I could probably just hit it. I could just kill the guard here. That's so funny. So if we were on the melees, we'd have an answer to this guard, but we are not going to do that. That hits for 2,700. The number of situations where we would have a massively easier time if I was just using the thingamabobber, the mouse targeting. Okay, we had one that died right at the front, which is probably good. That means that we're not going to be hitting that. Hello, Thornfighter. Well, I tried. Okay. I think we're going to go back to danger. We're going to try a slightly different setup here. Unfortunately, we got this one locked in here. But yeah, I don't think I want to be on this side. Apparently not. Apparently I have a save with 15 food. Oh, I do have one with 17 food as well. That's true. I don't know if that makes a big difference. What am I doing? Do I think that I'm just gonna brute force these by punching them? Is that what's happening? Okay. Damn. Okay, we are getting killed by the melees. Please. Please kill this fucking archer. Damn. Okay, I need to... I'm actually going to reload back to... Oh, actually, I did have one with 17, but I don't anymore. That was the dungeon save. Okay. Getting right in this corner. Please. Okay, Bowman's dead. Shit, we still have an archer. Archer's dead. I don't necessarily want to cast that right now, but we will swap you to Fireball.
Ready to use.
Okay, I'm actually not going to do multi-target for right now. Okay, somebody moved, and now I'm being killed. This is the thing that I was concerned about happening, is I don't think that there's a way that I'm going to get them all dead without them leaking to a position where they kill me. I think it relies upon the enemies behaving the way that they do when there's a pack of them, in a way that is a problem. If I were to go in this side, it doesn't help. That's gonna just kill me. So I don't think, with my current setup, I have the ability to set this up the way that I would like to. I'm gonna try setting up deeper here, but I don't think I can set up this deep. And it doesn't. I don't need to be this deep anyway. So let's make another attempt with a dungeon save. So there's a Master of the Sword that's over there. And you can see, even the Master of the Sword is taking a pretty good amount of damage when we're actually able to do the thing. Run in a circle. While that is a very successful strategy for me, it would rely on the enemies having a little bit less HP than they have. Or there being fewer of them. I don't think that running in a circle is going to save me in this particular circumstance. This is a very strong position if they allow me to keep it. I don't know how likely that is, but... Well, I'm glad that I did what I did there, because I basically stopped using my fireballs, because I knew that that was at a point where it was very likely to leak, and I wanted to have the next attack that is probably going to generate the leak be hitting as hard as possible. So from here, this is basically what we were looking to try to accomplish. We're going to have to use exclusively the dragon for a bit, because we're doing like 6 times as much damage, right? So maybe not quite, but at least like quadruple the damage. And we're going to basically just, as long as we have those that are like on the verge of leaking there, we want to just exclusively hit them with the dragon. That one did just walk back, so it might be secure now, but we'll find out. No reason to...
Yes, we've done it.
You know, we might be best off just having Cassowary do all of the damage. Look at those fucking corpses. So many dead in just a single shot. And we're still hitting for like 5,000 damage. Pretty wild.
Yes, we've done it.
Okay, they repositioned themselves in a way that's bad for me. Damn it. Yeah, we haven't even damaged this one yet. Okay, is this what we were doing just now? Doesn't feel quite right. We're not quite where we were, I don't think. Take another big step out. Okay, we now have a target, which is going to kill us.
Badly.
Maybe not. That sucker's going to kill us, I think. We're hitting for 1,200 damage, shooting in the middle of the room here. These things are so damn close to the entrance. Holy shit. That's very funny. Worth a shot. Okay. Yeah, who dis? You don't need to keep moving like that. You don't need to do that at all. Don't worry about it. I wish I had Death Blossom. Imagine the life we could have led. That's a disease, too. Very rude. So who is this? Just a random initiate of the sword who's just barely not dead. Wow, that's rude. That's pretty rude.
It's set.
Excuse me. I think we're gonna fairly consistently have to deal with that one. Like, not like completely consistently, but I think that one was like in a pretty bad position. Oh? No. Oh? This matters. All this damage being shunted into the Thorn Fighter is very, very powerful for me. Because if we can kill the Thorn Fighter, that gets rid of, like, the most dangerous target. That's probably not true. The most dangerous target is probably the normal guards. Okay, there's a soldier that's in the front now. And interestingly enough, with this, we might be able to just push it back. We got through that. This is going reasonably smoothly so far. We've killed one of them. Who's in front? We're still able to hit the Thorn Fighter from here. I think I'm going to burn through my mana bar onto the Thorn Fighter. Before throwing out too many more AoEs. Our goal here is to clear... I want them to die at a similar time. Okay, we're able to hit a guard from here. Hit the Thorn Fighter from there. Hit the okay. I'm wondering how I want to handle this section here. It looks to me like the things that are actually taking the damage right now are the primary threats. Which is great. Okay, that's not going to work for you. It works inconsistently for you. Works for you, though. Okay, one of them went down. The hope is that that was the Thorn enemy. Nope, she's still up. She's still up. I think we're at the point where we stop using Fireball. We only use the Dragon and the Toxic Cloud. Our goal here is to do the maximal amount of damage with the minimal amount of disruption. And it does look like it's going to be just down to these. The other ones in the back, I don't know if they're going to start moving or not when I start clearing out the ones in the front. They might immediately start moving, and they might not. Do I want to... I'm tempted to try to speed things up. But I'm not gonna hit double speed. That would be a crazy thing to do. We're not gonna do it. We're not in a safe position. This is not the library. This is not the rat temple. Ooh, I just misaligned myself. Okay, we're fine. I'm curious how much HP this fighter has, because she has taken a lot of hits, and she is still doing fine, apparently. I am going to do this because I don't imagine it's going to make a huge difference. None of these are moving. This is not like... This doesn't seem like it's an unstable position, for the most part. This is going to get unstable once some of them die. So... But for now, I feel like it's pretty stable. I cannot believe that these are still up. Holy shit. I wish I had some idea of how much HP these fucking things had. I wish I had enough Identify Monster to tell. Because this is intense. Okay. She's still up. Somebody died. They didn't leak. No leak yet. We don't know if they're in a stable format, so we're not going to do too much AoEing. They are in range to get hit. That motherfucker's gonna leak. There ain't no way that thing doesn't leak. Okay. It leaked. It's not in range for that? How are we not hitting you? How's that out of line of sight? Oh no. Oh, we're in trouble now. She's dead! You leaked! No, don't leak! Let me out! You're all there! Oh, wow, everybody leaked. Everybody came out. I'm getting shot from in there. So, how's it going? I'm actually going to try something. Oh, the Master of the Sword is there. Can I get you to move? Could you not stand there? Yeah? Perfect. Oh, shit! No! We can make it work. Okay, they do eventually do the thing. So we can retreat to here. I think this might work. I think this will work. So what we're going to look for here is we're waiting for the Master of the Sword to get away. Once the Master of the Sword rotates into the rest of the pack, we go perfect, take a step forward, and then run like hell. Jump as far as we can. Jump again. We're minimizing the time that we're spending in, like, melee range, basically, there. And then from here, if we can kill the archers, they can't shoot me through the wall anymore. Ooh, that's very concerning. I'm gonna heal my dragon. Okay, dragon's healed. The issue... Yeah, this is a multi-stage process, basically. And once we run out of archers in there... or the enemies just, like, stop moving, basically. That was amazing. I don't know how it didn't hit the target that it ran into, but that's fine. Like, we shot it, and it hit a conscript that was running by, and didn't hit... Okay, that is not hitting the back there. No. I mistimed it. How are those not hitting? That's kind of alarming. Okay, we got hit there. That is why I consider it a priority to kill all the archers in there. Archer's dead. That might have been the only one that was moving just now. We have this conscript running back and forth, but that's not one of the archers. Nope, we got a bowman here. The bowman is moving. We're gonna try. Not sure if we're going to have an appropriate angle for this, honestly. We might need to move away from the wall a bit, which is very bad for me.
Ow.
This is a very thick wall. There we go. Okay, we're not hitting too many of them this way. Those archers are going to cause problems for me. I know that I'm going to get killed by that archer at some point. It keeps periodically just looking at me. I'm going to stand here holding S down until we get a reason to stop. Oh, you don't...
It's set.
Oh, that's hitting the wall. That's going through. Okay, that's another 2,000 damage. Okay. We might be able to make this work. That archer does seem to be consistently not reaching me. Like, it's consistently going to... Oh, God damn it, I just turned my camera. Oh, that's rude. That went through. But the other one didn't. So one issue that we have here is that we might be able to get this done very consistently. But it's very slow going. Like, we're not able to hit very much of the pack at once. If I could get myself into that room without triggering the thing, that would be really crazy. I think that I might want to just take a couple steps and take the risk that the setup fails, though. Because otherwise I'm going to be here all day, and I don't want to be here all day. Let me shoot you around the corner to this tight angle. We're not hitting very many. We're hitting like a couple of them, I think. But while we're not hitting a ton of them at a time here, this is like the most sturdy type of corner. Like, this is the type of corner that is very reliable for the most part. So I don't have any expectation that I'm going to die here. We got the Master of the Sword dead. That's interesting. You know, I say I don't have any expectation that I get to die. I do have a minor expectation that... Whoop, that's dangerous. See your friend there? I'm gonna have the the camera on this way so that you all can very easily watch that thing as it takes a step out and tries to shoot at me and then walks back. At some point, y'all are gonna see like a little tiny projectile go and kill me. Because that is a tier 2 archer. It has the ability to one-shot me. I guess I need to... Okay, that hit nothing for some reason. I'm actually shocked that I'm not hitting more targets with this. I guess it's because this wall is pretty thick. I guess. So with such a thick wall, we're really not able to land a hit in a place where it can hit very many targets at once. The thing that makes it safe also makes it slow. Okay, so this is a second Master of the Sword? We killed a Master of the Sword just now, right? Okay, there's a fighter down. Yeah, unfortunately I can't comfortably hit the attacks with you. This is also a pack that I think is going to get more stable when the bulk of the pack is dead instead of less stable. Because the more of the pack is dead, the more they are going to be bound by the wall here. As opposed to being bound up in the corridor far away from the wall. The enemies that are far away from the wall are much more of a threat to me. Because they have the ability to rotate in ways that I do not like. So the fact that we killed the one that we just did is great for us. Okay. So we've burned through our mana. We're going to wait. It would be nice. This is a hard place to get a save. Because I think that we need to save for the initial setup. It's a pretty long setup. Basically, we need to set up in that other location, wait for everybody to consolidate. Once everybody's consolidated, then we set up here, right? So we have two separate setups that are happening. And we've cleared 16% of the targets in the entire dungeon now. Unfortunately, we don't have an angle with Toxic Cloud at the moment. But that's okay. We don't need an angle with Toxic Cloud. I actually think that this is going to be the attempt. I'm reasonably sure that that archer over there is going to be consistent in its behavior. And so it's never going to actually land a hit on me as long as I do not move. If I move slightly, it could easily just walk a little bit differently and kill me. But as long as I don't change my behavior, I think that it is going to just keep doing exactly what it's doing. The ones here are going to start dying, and when they start dying, they're going to start leaking in weird ways. However, the more of them that I kill, the less capable they are of leaking in a really unfortunate way that causes a major problem, right? So, like, this pattern is going to get disrupted when we start killing the ones that are in this pattern, but they will most likely shunt close enough to me that they're not going to actually leak. That's my assumption here. So we're going to burn through all of our mana. We've actually got a pretty decent amount of HP on all the targets that are in this pack. I could turn to try to get an angle for my Toxic Cloud, and that probably is a good idea, but I'm not going to just because I'm spooked. It does make sense to do that when I'm low on mana on the other two, though. Well, once I burn through my mana bar, I think I will try to investigate for one. The problem is that it's like I'd be fishing for maximizing my single target damage, though I'm only hitting for 200 anyway with the AoE, right? So, like, it's not that huge a difference. Well, it is, though, because we want to have as many weakened as possible. We don't want to have single target damage that's really crazy, because the target that we kill is not the target that's going to leak, you know what I mean? Though, if that target is a guard, that's good. Okay, single target damage into the Thorn Fighter and the Guard is very good. Especially with them being this consistent. Okay, we're just going to be hitting the Thorn Fighter by itself right now. I think that's reasonable. If we can kill this Thorn Fighter... If we kill the Thorn Fighter... then... I think... we'll have one more guard that there's a decent chance the next guard is at 100% life. So we have a lot to work with that, or that's going to take a long time. But my hope is that once we kill this one, the rest of them push forward a little bit, and then we have like a nice chunk to AoE again. Excuse me. Nice, we got a crit. 900 damage on a single target is not terrible. Unfortunately, we are taking long enough that we run the risk of making things take even longer. Okay. There we go. We got what we were asking for here. They started moving. So that's a conscript. We don't want to do single target damage to a conscript if we can avoid it. So yeah, we're going to stop hitting. That one just moved in. That's still the conscript, okay. Okay. Once the next one dies... Something just died, we'll check. Conscript dies. I should have known that that was not the conscript, because there's an audio difference, because one of them is femme and one is mask. So, Initiate of the Sword going down. You know, I said that right as it died, and that was not intentional. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. We've taken out multiple Masters of the Sword. We have not taken out both guards. We've only taken out one of the two guards. So we might be in for a very long section here. Okay, another one of the guards is down. Not this thing, but like Master of the Sword types. Probably not the guard itself, because I don't think I was hitting it when I was doing my earlier stuff. So it should have been at pretty much full HP. I'm so happy that we figured out a way to get over here. So the setup for this is non-trivial, but this might be how I want to set up in the future. Is you do a setup to get all of the enemies to approach that one room, and then once you've lured them there, you try to burst through to the thing. Okay, we got a fighter here. We actually don't know necessarily for certain. That is another Master of the Sword. Holy shit. Interesting. So... we have a couple top tiers here. These are probably not terribly wounded right now. Though we are doing pretty solid damage with Doxicloud. Doxicloud is getting a pretty good amount of work done. We are going to be about halfway to the point where we can gather stuff. The other thing is that once we have access to things like Inferno, we can actually use those as long as the game thinks I have line of sight without a projectile needing to hit the enemy. So I feel like once we get those, we'll have the ability to attack in the same way that a melee party can do, only with even more shenanigans. So there are certain times where enemies think they have line of sight to you, but they don't. Like, their projectiles don't hit you, right? I have a suspicion... I haven't played around with Inferno in many years, right? But I have a suspicion that when enemies start spamming dispels on you or are just like casting spells that aren't going to hit you, I have a suspicion that you can hit them with Inferno. Because in theory you have line of sight to them, right? I think that anytime that you can attack someone around a wall, I think you could do Inferno around that wall. Stuff like that. I'm not positive, but that is a baseline assumption that I'm making, that we are in the yellow. Okay, so we have a couple of things that we need to do now. The first is we need to kill this guy. This guy needs to go down. He's a problem. He's dead. So that one was the one that was moving. However, there is a more dangerous one in that room that's not moving. The top tier is not dead, I don't think. So, can I get an angle without moving onto them? I don't think so. Maybe if I shot that corner perfectly and banked it off of this corner. But I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to take a step forward. We're going to take another step forward. And somehow I'm not hitting you. Why am I not hitting you? There we go. Are you going to leave your little corner? Wait, can I just shoot through the wall? Oh, I can just shoot it. I don't need to know. Okay, we might be... If we can clear this elite archer here... Fuck me! Look at that HP. That's so rude. Oh, that's so rude. Okay, so I think that in the future, we are not going to attempt to clear the archer in there if it gets stuck in that corner. So we have more enemies here, and I think we want to just... No, we have to kill those archers. We have to kill those archers. So let's try this again. We now have... I thought it was 135. I was like, wait, what? How did it get to 135? No, it's 1135. All right, we have an hour and a half. So let's lock in. That worked. It worked pretty perfectly. It was a bit slow, but not nearly as slow as waiting for this shit, you know? I need you to leave. Oh, hello. I'm gonna die. Okay, you did not move out of the way. Life is sad. Okay. Yeah, I need this thing to rotate away. I'm going to try to clear this initiate. Okay, unfortunately we now have an extra person who can just die. Right? Because if they get hit, they're going to die instantly. However, we can walk into this corner. You leaked. That's concerning. You're not supposed to be able to leak. God damn it. Goose going to -17 killed Junglefowl. Just barely. By the skin of their teeth, they got the kill. I think some of the archers are going to be a threat in there, but I don't think all of them will. Oh. Okay.
I'm hurt.
Okay. Okay, so we have some archers here that we need to clear. I would love to clear all of the archers in this room. What I'm going to try to do here is I'm actually going to move... I'm going to rotate in a pretty aggressive way because we're early in. We've got a proof of concept. We know that we can make this work. So, can we make it work really fast? The answer might surprise you. I don't think I'm going to get more than this, necessarily, but this is probably too... This is going to hit the wall there. Okay, I think that this is the positioning that we want. Now, there's a fairly sizable chance that we're at risk of really major leaks here. So we'll just have to see what happens. Hey, that toxic cloud got somebody. But yeah, I feel like we're going to be able to do more damage this way. Okay, we're going to be able to tag the ones in the back here. Oh, those two low. The issue with utilizing the toxic clouds is that it's going to misalign me for hitting everybody else. But yeah, we're not really hitting that hard right now. Can I be even more aggressive? This is kind of a crazy place to be standing. I suspect that if I'm standing here... Man, imagine if I had Rock Blast. If I could just Rock Blast around this corner like this. Clearing this initial Thorn Fighter. The pack in the back is in kind of a weird spot where they aren't actually locked in by me. They're locked in by themselves. So I'm going to have to figure out what to do about them. I would assume that once I've cleared a couple of them, that entire pack will, like, unseal. But yeah, unfortunately this Thorn Fighter is going to take a while to kill, because I'm only hitting it with the AoEs, I'm not hitting it with the single targets. Oh, that hit it though. Man, if only there was a way I could get them to... Oh, they started. We basically need that pack to move to the forward position. I'm going to see if I can trigger them to do that by moving a bit. The other thing is, if the Thorn Fighter is the only one that I'm hitting here, I might as well just align myself so that I can hit it with the Toxic Cloud. Toxic Cloud does substantially more damage than the Fireball. And we regen mana faster on that character as well. And apparently we can get all of the attacks in at the same time if we do it this way. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear out this pack, and then I'm going to try to just reset up in here without killing those archers. The issue is that we do have to reset up. The enemies over there are not gonna play nice. Just gonna wait for it a bit. There we go. Yeah, this dungeon always takes a long time to clear, but it's pretty satisfying to find the route to victory. I'm glad that this area still works. I don't know if it's going to work on the melees as well, because the melees are going to rely on peeking around that corner. So I don't know if it's going to go quite the same, but we'll see. Any day now. Okay. So, unfortunately, we have like a couple Masters of the Sword that we haven't even started damaging. It's like a whole thing. And I also don't think that killing this Thorn Fighter is going to lead to the ones in the back moving. I think they're going to stay exactly where they are. I could be wrong, but I think I'm going to have to do some actual... Okay, but we can start dealing damage to them with single target. We can't hit them with anybody else, so we get to regen up a bit. So this is going to come down to clearing... My hope is that I can basically clear the first one here and trigger the rest to get into position as a result of that. Okay, we've unlocked them from each other. I think we're hitting every single enemy here. Yep, that was super dangerous. Oh, you're unconscious. That's concerning. Okay, we're going to do single target damage for a bit. We only have the highest threat targets in play right now. That's not going to deal damage. Okay, that does hit multiple targets. I'm not going to use the dragon attack. I'm not going to use the dragon attack, I said. Okay, I think we can just burn through mana at this point. That's interesting. I think if I'm holding the S button down, while I don't have enough mana to use my Dragon Blast, it actually... No, it's not consistent. I wonder what's causing that. It seems like maybe the first time I get mana, like sufficient mana, it doesn't use it because it's like already queued up the normal Dragon Blast as an attack on S, and it only recycles later. No, it did it there that time. I don't know then. I don't know what's causing that. Do the damage that we can do with this mana bar. Okay, so once we've cleared out these, we'll have the bulk of this pack done, and the goal will, at that point, be... That was not what I wanted to do, but okay. What I was thinking. Not much apparently. So once we've cleared these, we'll basically go around here to trigger that pack to come to us. Once we've got that one coming to us, we'll be able to see whether we have to deal with the archers or whether we can just ignore them. If the archers don't change their behavior, and they just keep... Okay. What the fuck? Did you hear me talking about you or something? What the fuck was that? Goddamn archers are listening in on our conversations. Okay. We can basically check here if we have the ability to ignore that archer over there, or if we have to deal with it. I would prefer not to have to walk over to that room and do like a normal fight. Because there's like some very high level enemies in that room that I would like to save before I fight, preferably. And once we clear a route out of this room, I think that we can save as much as we want, basically. Okay, one guard down. We're in the yellow. So, do we want to clear out this one at least? That we know... Who is going to engage in rude behavior. We know you're engaging in rude behavior. We're going to try to clear you out, I think. You don't have that much HP, and it doesn't take much for your current behavior to cause problems for me. So... That soldier's down. So we've now cleared out all the ones that have been rotating around a lot. The other ones only started rotating when I started hitting them. So... I am a little concerned about the fact that I did get a leak just now. Those got line of sight on me, but didn't move. Ooh, I hate that.
seen one before.
It was really bad. I feel so betrayed by this table. Okay, we killed that one. So we have two sets of enemies here that at any moment are going to realize that there's no reason for them to be standing where they're standing. And when they do, we're going to have to reset up in that other room. Nice. 3,000 damage AoE. If anybody dies in the room in front of me, like right in front of me here, then I'm in deep shit. Flame Blast just hit for 10,000 damage. Okay, they're starting to move. At some point, those are going to start leaking. One thing that is good news is that the enemies over there that I'm hitting contain at least one guard and the Thorns boss. Those are both over there. Which means that they're not directly in front of me here. Which is excellent news. Yeah, I don't know if this clustering behavior is a Might and Magic 8 thing, or if it's a merge mod thing. I don't remember if this happens in places that aren't like that are actually like Might and Magic 8 zones. Like it might be that the movement gets confused because the way that they designed the earlier zones was just a little bit different. And so you end up with this weird clustering behavior. I don't remember this happening in 7. Alright, so it might be tied to something about the way that the enemy movement is changed for Maw. And usually we do get them to actually leak eventually. That was scary. Okay. This is a conscript. And an initiate of the sword. Nice. We have more than 2 here, I think. I think we have at least 3, right? Did that hit one of the ones over there, or did that hit one that was right here? Oh god, we've got the guard pulled. Okay, so one of the guards is here. It's probably pretty healthy. I don't think I did a ton of damage just now. Presumably I did enough damage to kill, like, some tier 2s, maybe? So, my guess is that this guard is very healthy. Ooh, that's concerning. We hit it with that one at least. We're at 40% clearance for the dungeon, which is good. Okay, we hit them with the Fire Blast. Okay, I think we wait on our mana to get back. So we have about 25% before we can leave the dungeon to save. I don't know whether that's going to be relevant or not, because I think that when we finish this pack, we should be able to get in the green. So by the time that we... Well, I guess it's kind of relevant in that we could walk out the door. That's right over there. We're actually right next to one of the exits. And we have access to the key for it as well. So we could just walk through that if we get to 65% before we get the ability to... Like, if this pack has more than 65% in it. I don't think that's super likely. I think that we have to go a little bit further afield to do that. But I could be wrong. Can I hit you? Yes. Not with perfect consistency. Okay, we can hit you from here. If I'm just hitting with like the one target, it's probably not worth it to change my positioning just to get the fire breath off. It's a roughly one toxic cloud's worth of damage. Whereas the fireballs are probably worth it because I have nothing better to do with my time and it doesn't require resetting my positioning. Okay. So, once we've cleared out this thing, we will have the bulk of all of this giant swarm cleared. At that point, all we have to do is go back to where we just were and potentially bring another group back here if they leak. If they start leaking immediately, we're just popping right back over here. If they don't start leaking immediately, then what we're going to do is we're going to just keep plowing into them where they were there. We've already gotten a decent amount of damage into them. So if we can... Oops, I didn't intend to use that. I was going to stockpile a little bit more, but that's okay. We are in the yellow. I am going to do another shot. Wow, we can hit a fighter from here. Initiate the sword. I don't know how low that pack is. I like the idea of actually just shooting this pack from here and calling it a day. But, you know, we have time. We have, like, another 20 hours. So we have 20 hours to clear the remaining bit here. So it might actually make sense to just play it super safe and just attack them from this corner. Because if we expose ourselves out there, there's the risk that something leaks and kills us. If we just stay here, I think we can kill that entire pack without, like, having to move to a dangerous position. And if they leak from the position they're in right now, they should leak to where I want them to be. Like this. So, we've now pulled this pack to where we want it to be.
Next.
Okay. There is a Champion of the Sword in this pack, so we have plenty of single target damage that needs to be dealt. Killed somebody. Okay, that's the fighter done. Okay, we need to get... probably 2 of them cleared out here. I love how much time we have. Like, seeing that it's 7 a.m. is, like, so good. We're so far away from 3. So this is the Master of the Sword. Just hit the wall. Let's go. So we're going to use all of our fireballs. And then once we've got all of our fireballs burned through... Okay, considering there's only 1 left, I think we don't worry about the fire blast. So... I don't think the Masters of the Sword actually have as much HP as the guards. I feel like the guards are actually stronger. They look like they're just the... They look like they're champions of the sword, but I don't think that they actually are. I don't think they have the stat block of the champions of the sword. They seem too strong for that. I shouldn't be doing this. I should just be chilling. Okay, we're gonna wait for a bit. If we can kill this champion of the sword, or sorry, this master of the sword, then we just have the pack in the back to deal with, I think. And if we just have the pack in the back to deal with, and we don't have to deal with the pack that's right here, we can probably just jump on top of this and fire from up here. I don't think that we need to worry about them, because if they do aggro and come toward us, just for confirmation, yes, there's nobody else that's aggroed right now. Oh, look at that pile of bodies. Just think how cool it's going to be when we can loot those. So if these things in the back actually charge us, it doesn't matter. We can immediately just pop back. Like, it's not a major risk to be standing up here. And they are going to start leaking one by one. The other nice thing, though, is that as they leak, they're making themselves susceptible to being, like, majorly blasted. I'm actually going to just regen a bit of mana here. We're not going to keep attacking. Reason being that there's only 2 left. There's a decent chance they're going to immediately leak. And the one at the back has most of its HP left. It's a fighter. Oh, never mind. It doesn't have most. It has a decent bit of HP yet. Okay. They are both toast. We've cleared out this section. Every hostile that can attack us right now is dead. we should, I think, be able to just rotate to the entrance. We can save the game. Castle Griffinheart is done. We've got this cleared. Because now that we have the ability to save in here, any future risks are mitigated by the fact that we don't have to wait through, like, that enormous time period again, you know? So... let's get into an actual proper fight with these archers. I think that would be the most fun way to handle this. Unless I want to do something silly like this, but I don't think I need to do that. Actually, I could just fire shots in here. No. Okay. Opening that door resulted in this guy moving. Okay. Elite Archer is dead. And we are going to loot this room. We are not going to actually loot the thingers yet, I think. I think we're not going to loot the chests until we're able to leave the dungeon. Because I always get anxious when I open chests. I think it's because I played like Might and Magic 6 too much. And in Might and Magic 6, there's some variance on whether you can open a chest or not. So I'm always afraid that a chest is just going to blow up in my face, even when it shouldn't be mathematically possible. Whoa! Forgot about these guards. Sparks doing its job. Fuck. Sparks is doing its job, but I'm not. Okay, so we just have the two guards here. We know exactly what they are. Unfortunately, getting these two... I forgot that they were here. Whoa. Okay. I don't think that hit the guard, actually. How much EXP have we gotten? We've gotten enough EXP that I don't think we're actually going to finish the dungeon. We're only going to get the dungeon to 65% and then leave. We might get it a little further than that, but we're not going to be getting it all the way because it's going to give us too much experience. Where are you? Okay, there's our angle. And it is nice that even the archers are willing to come join us here. Though, that one was a little too willing. A little bit more enthusiastic than I wanted it to be. Alright. So we burned through all of our mana on Toxic Cloud. Okay. So, Toxic Cloud comes out. We have two guards here, so we do have to get through two massive HP bars. Once we've done this, though, I think we'll be close to where we need to be. We're going to have... I think we're going to kill these, and then we're going to go save again. Once we've killed these, we go to the entrance. We save the game for one last time, and then because this is not going to get us to 65%, I don't think. Then we just go aggro some archers or whatever, and finish them off. It's exciting when a plan comes together, you know? This is such an interesting dungeon. Like, there's no there's nothing about this dungeon that's like super easy to cheese. There's no like real easy rooms to work with. This is the cheesiest portion of the dungeon. Is this one section of wall right here. This is the easiest thing to set up to do something that is going to help you out. And this room starts out full of enemies, and the next room starts out full of enemies, including archers that can shoot you through the window, right? So this dungeon is interesting because like trying to figure out, okay, I feel like I need to use this room because every other room is of debatable utility. But how do I break my way into this room? And there's a lot of places that feel like, oh, this is probably good. This is it. This is going to allow me to just like jump up here and we'll be fine. It's like, no, not really. The library feels like it should work, and it doesn't. The bedrooms are like, maybe this will work, and it doesn't. And it's just kind of like a cool dungeon to play around in, because every time I come back to it, I'm like, okay, can I figure out something new? And I feel like I don't think we did this setup before. In the past, we've set up using this area here, I think. And that's a way worse setup, I think. I don't know that we've actually done it with this before. So I'm pretty happy with the setup that we have landed on here. I think this will be useful in future runs as well, because there's nothing about this that requires being a caster. This is the same door that is the most useful for the melees as well. But the casters can just shoot around it, so it's less stressful with the casters. But the melees can do it just as effectively, right? Like you can just dip out, attack, dip back in, dip out, attack, dip back in. It's just spooky to do it because every time you do it, you have attacks coming your way that you have to get back behind cover for. It's not hard, it's just stressful. That's the guard down. So, we've cleared every enemy that we have aggroed. We're going to go save. We have 62%, so we need to kill, I don't know, 2 or 3 more enemies. And we can save it under danger. We have 1 save left. We have the 1 save left. No, sorry, we don't have a save left. That was the last save. But we have the last save that we needed because we're leaving. I don't know why I said what I did. My brain was processing that information and processed it into very incorrect language for some reason. I guess presumably it was supposed to be in the past tense, maybe. That's all I can think of. Okay. Okay, we got the kill. And we now have the ability to leave the dungeon. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to loot the red barrel with you, and then orange barrel, and then, what are you, blue? We'll go with jungle fowl. Okay. So, we're going to go save, and we're going to pick up some food, because I'm not going to bother, like, exiting and entering the dungeon every fight, but I would like to be able to save regularly here, because the fights are going to be fairly short, but they're all very dangerous, right? Almost anything in the dungeon can just kill me. So because almost anything in the dungeon can just kill me, it's just easier to just deal with it by just going out here, grabbing the stuff and moving on. It is 2:41 p.m. We also have the ability to train if we want. And let's take a look. How much further are we going? I don't think we're going much further. We're going to be killing a few more enemies, and that's that. So let's let's try to figure out which rooms have the most treasure in them. And I guess they kind of all have a similar amount of treasure, right? They all have just the one chest. So it doesn't really matter. But we don't want to open up the hall. The hall we're not opening up. That room we can ignore completely because we're going to get to where we need by probably the next room that we clear. So let's just open up this room here. And I am playing super dangerously here because they're not ranged and they don't have that much HP and there's not that many of them. And I have a lot of space to kite, so... Okay. That could have killed me. It's a conscript, but it could have killed me. Okay. How are we doing now? Not quite. Okay, so we can clear out the other room on the south. So then we'll only have the north side to deal with. Once we do that. Okay. Oh, this door is locked, so never mind. We already only have the north side to deal with. Let's save the game. And we're going to start looting. We're going to loot the south side now. And let's see. It's 12. Oh, it's 12:20. Okay, so yeah, let's make sure we loot, and then we will do some inventory management at the end of our stream, I guess. So this entire stream has been dedicated to just this castle, but I think that that's also appropriate, right? Like, we're not making progress super fast here, doing one dungeon in an entire 4-hour stream. But it is, like, a level, like, what, like 60 dungeon by default or whatever? Like, this is a very high-level area, and clearing this out is a pretty big deal. I went the wrong way because I do want to loot the other chests first. So we have all the stuff to loot in here. We have some mercury, some potion materials. We have some swords. Love to see that. Just watch, we're going to get another Ascension sword before we find any Ascension items that anybody else can use. We have a very nice dagger. Doesn't necessarily matter because I don't think that the Ascension tier matters for our purposes, but we also haven't looted this, so we need to just grab all the barrels. You can get yellow, then what is this? Green, yellow again. Okay, yellow, purple, white. Green is going to go on you. I'm just going to get the others all in here. Okay. Call it a day. So, that's done. We can now head over to the north side, but we're going to save first so that we don't have to worry about re-looting everything. I accidentally took a step too far and used all of my food to do that, but that's fine. We don't need to save again after this because this is going to be the last pack we need to kill. I was wrong. Okay. We have to kill more packs. Don't worry about it. Alright, so we're going to clear the other archers. Why are you not casting? Is this such already, right? Yes. Okay. I have to dodge every projectile that comes my way or I die. Okay, there we go. Is that enough? No. Still not enough. We need to keep going. We need to go deeper. Okay. So, we are getting alarmingly close to finishing the dungeon. If we finish the dungeon, we're going to get massive overkill EXP. So we don't really want that. I'm going to take this. What are you? Green, purple. I'll just take both of these. Alright. We cannot save right now. I think I think I'm going to go outside and save. We just killed a giant pack of archers. I don't want to... That was a very dangerous pack. Any single... I guess there was maybe one or two that couldn't one-shot me, but almost everything in that pack was almost guaranteed to one-shot me if it attacked me. So, we're rotating back in here. We are plopping over into the next room. Okay. Okay. So we're looting this room, and then my hope is that with this room looted, we got the bolster. There we go. So bolster has ticked up exactly enough, right? We're within like an enemy or two of the exact value, right? Very solid. So we're gonna loot this. Pop over here, we loot this box. We still have one more box in this dungeon that we haven't looted. We can't go in here yet, though, because we have finished with Might and Magic 7 for right now. We're going to head back to 6. And what were we doing in... Oh, God, do we have to go to Corligan's estate? No. I think... Wait, did we turn in those quests? If we turned in those quests... Oh, no. Ooh. So, today was a really long stream doing a really hard dungeon. I have unfortunate news about tomorrow. I think we're doing Corligan's estate tomorrow. So yeah, I don't think we that's next, right? Corligan's estate is next. Ooh, baby, that's gonna be rough. Okay. So we're gonna be doing Corligan's estate next. And ooh, that's got a really cool effect for not casters. Let's see. Decent amount of speed. Might and personality. Sounds more like fortunate news. Oh my god, look at that! Look at that beautiful, beautiful item. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. Okay. This is good. This is good. Imagine if we put this on the fucking dragon. Let's see.
We don't need it.
Cassowary would just go so hard. Okay, we got another really nice Inferno axe. It's so nice. We still have, like, multiple characters that don't have a decent thing, right? Like, you have 6 to 16 electrical damage on your staff. You have 9 body damage and 8 body damage. Like, we do not have good enchantments on our stuff, and we keep finding axes that are just so goddamn good. Let's see here. Where is your item? Right here. Oh, it wasn't in this.
I like this bubble.
Okay, rather than swapping around, let's go to here.
This item's weak.
Let's go! That is a dueling long dagger of ascension. 67 to 135 spell damage. And we can use it Eventually. It's level 53, right? Yeah, we'll be able to use that eventually. Don't worry about it.
We don't need it.
We got Catherine's key. We got this. Anything particularly useful here? Oh, this isn't bad, I would say.
Jump.
Mace that we don't need. Club we don't need. Of Doom gauntlets. Those might be valuable for somebody. What are your gauntlets like, buddy? You could definitely use some of Doom gauntlets, I think. I don't think this will give us any extra spell points. It doesn't. But it does give us a fairly large amount of everything. Except it does reduce our armor, which doesn't matter that much, I don't think. I don't think that losing a little bit of armor is that big a deal. Our overall durability is going up from this. And we have so much AC on that character. I think it's fine. So, mission successful. We have cleared out that. We need level 52 for this. So we actually have a perfectly decent pair of daggers that once we hit level 53, we can use both of them. So this will be very, very short, like the distance between equipping both of those, assuming that we don't find something else before that happens, which is entirely possible. Okay, the combined total on this on these is worse than just Flame Aura, so we should probably make the swap there. Can put this here. We need that because it has alchemy. 46 to equip this. We're eligible for 45. So, anything else that we need to do here before we move on? I think probably not. We didn't find any shinies. Oh, wait, no, we did. This book,
Well,
we can use that. So, I don't know when we got Dispel Magic, but hey, we've got a new light magic spell that would have been expensive and hard to get, right? Like, it's nice to have our light magic caster making some progress there. I don't think that we need this. We definitely don't need this. We need to put this on somebody. Who wants this? I'll put this on you, I guess. Actually, how much meditation do you have? You have a bonus of +3. You know what? I'll give this to somebody else. Give this to you. There we go. So that'll give us a little bit of extra regen, and we can move on with our life, I suppose. So we have this. God, we have this. This is going to be crazy. Unfortunately, we can't equip this until right after we finish Corligan's Estate. We're going to need We're going to need to get 2 levels in Corligan's Estate. So we're going to basically get this from Corligan's, and that's funny. I do think that Corligan's Estate, once we break through the first entryway, is going to be less crazy than you'd think. We have the ability to kite. We have AoEs, which are very, very useful. There's a lot of enemies that are melees and at the bottom of pits, so we can potentially drop down into the skeleton pit as a means of dealing with certain things. Like, most of the really deadly sections that just have a shit ton of ghosts are going to be way less of a problem with us being able to use ranged attacks, right? We're not going to be able to be swarmed in the same way that we would normally get swarmed. The biggest issue might be... So there's 2 big issues. The first is literally the first room. The first room, getting through that is tough. That's a difficult prospect. We do have double damage versus undead, which will be fun for Jungle Fowl, but, like, it's It's a difficult room. That's going to be a tough sell. So that initial room is going to be trouble. And then once we've gotten through that first room, the other big thing is going to be the bottom of the well. Getting into the bottom of the well so that we can hit that switch that's down there is an issue. That being said, I think I can maybe get to there via the whatchamacallit, via other methods. I don't think I necessarily need to do it by clearing the thing out. I think I might be able to drop into the skeleton pit. If I can drop into the skeleton pit to get down the well, there's a decent chance that I can clear the skeletons in advance using sparks into a wall or some other shenanigans that'll work. And... oh, wait, the bounty hunts actually work now, right?
It's closed.
Unfortunately, this is closed, so we're not going to worry about the bounty hunt for right now. We will pop over to New Sorpigal, and from New Sorpigal, we will pop over to Castle Iron Fist, I guess. And once we've done that, we need to go grab our food here. It would certainly give us something to do. You mean just like wait till dawn? It would certainly give us something to do for the last 24 minutes of stream, if we wanted to do that. Do we want to just try that out? I guess that makes sense. I think that's a reasonable request, I think.
I need your help.
That's reasonable. Lycanthrope. Oh, Jesus! And it appears that they don't interact with the guards. Scared the shit out of me. That's a regenerating lycanthrope. Oh my god, it's actually a boss. Oh shit. This is bad. It spawns as a boss. Oh, there we are. Okay. Bounty hunt cleared. It doesn't drop anything? How dare you? How dare you? That makes sense. That makes sense. You don't want them to be able to... Oh, these do, though. What? These drop something, but the boss doesn't drop anything? Interesting. Okay, let's turn this bounty
I
in.
need your help.
Okay, so we're gonna be able to actually get the bounty thing done finally. Like we'll be able to actually progress through the bounty ranks. Let's just pop back to Might Magic 7 and Might Magic 8 and clear both of the bounties there. Right? Let's just get all these bounties done. Let's see. And we will be getting some extra EXP from doing that, but it's EXP that we otherwise wouldn't be able to get, so it's not a problem. Let's see, bounty hunt here. Where's the town hall here? Is there a town hall here? Wait, maybe the bounty hunter himself gives me the bounty in this place. Yes. A veteran. And is this the bounty? That's the bounty. Okay, perfect. So a veteran is a fairly high-level creature. It's going to be a lot of fun doing the bounties. Let's see. There's one what in Avley when I get there. I appreciate how they started our green. I think most towns have a bounty place, right? Oh, did you mean Alvar? Because Avley's in 7, and most of the places in 7 have a bounty. So we have a Shadow Veteran. Gotcha, yeah. Alright. And it's, you know what's funny? We're also going to be doing probably like Dark Side for this. Which, so the fact that we're doing all these bounties is really important, actually. Because getting the bounties done is a very difficult portion of trying to get the promotion for Might Magic 7 done. Because it's like, it doesn't mesh with the way that I play the game well. This is great. I love this as a mechanic. Having it just spawn the enemies that you need to kill, and then there's like a pack of enemies. That's great. Okay, I'm not going to be turning those in until I am... basically, until I have the EXP, right, available. So we don't have to worry about it too much yet, but that's good to know. That's very good to know. I don't know that I've ever actually done that bounty progression thing. I know I've done the bounty hunt thing in 7, right? I've done the bounty hunter promotion, but usually it's like I get there and then I have to do the entire promotion all at once. I don't get to like do it over the course of the game the way that I do in the night promotion. So I think don't get to, but like it's not the way that I play the game, because it's like, when are you ever running into? Okay. It's fine. So we can't fly casually here while we're fighting this thing, but we're gonna really wish that we could. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Oh, actually, can we? Nope, we can't. As soon as it hit, we fell. Okay. So, we've got some great Wyrms to deal with. You know, like one does. Oh, shit. Okay, that's interesting. I was not... Oh, wow, that doesn't have that much HP at all. We're fine. What level are you? Are you, like, scaled to my level or something? This is only level 54. Okay, so these are scaled to my level. Right? Like, the bounty... The level on these must be set based off of, like, the level of the zone. That's an issue. these projectiles are moving fast. So we're going to have to use... We're going to have to use the terrain to our advantage here. Oh, you're homing on me. That's what the problem is. Okay. This has a slightly homing projectile. So okay, we need to do better. Okay, I understand what's happening now. I think high level enemies have slightly homing projectiles, maybe. We need to swap off of single target, or off of AoE onto single target, and we need to play better. Okay, right, yes, I can't back out of those. Man, I'm just not used to dealing with homing attacks now. Yeah, those are homing pretty effectively, actually. First one down. It is actually getting range on us, so okay. First group's down. Okay, multiple levels at level 100. That's wild. Okay. So luckily, we are going to be able to isolate the boss to fight it solo. Unfortunately, it's not going to give us anything particularly shiny when we kill it. But... what are you doing? You're being rude is what you're doing. Okay, I see how it is. It's like, oh, peekaboo. Blah. There we go. So you're approaching me. You love to see it. Okay. I could probably just kill the Great Worm using just Toxic Cloud. Because this is not a wall. This floor is something that we could probably just kill it through, but I don't want to do that. There's actually more than one here. Okay, so we've managed to split them up. They're now going to start moving again. Okay, and what type are you? Thorn. Okay, so this one functionally doesn't have a thing on it. I'd like for you to stand up. I need you to get to the top so that I can just keep hitting you, you know? Thank you. Ooh, we ran into a tree. We almost died twice there. We'll go very fast attack speed for him. To be considered. Not. Okay, this is a very bad position for me, honestly. Because it keeps getting out of line of sight. On the plus side, it's slow. We're actually going to go save. I'm a little concerned about this. I'm tilted a little bit, and so we're saving the game. Call me a coward if you wish. I have no way of countering such a claim. We even have 10 minutes left, so if I died on this, I could fight it again, and it wouldn't take me over time. I actually have time to fight it twice. I don't have time to fight it an infinite number of times, but I do have time to fight it twice. Okay, so we've cleared this. It is 3:30. I believe in Might Magic 7, we can still turn in, so we just go to the bounty. We go to the thinger. I could be wrong, though. I don't think I'm wrong. I think we're fine. So we're going to go turn in. I think they're open to like 6. Boom! 7,300. So we've now done a sizable amount of bounty hunting. We've gotten a little bit of extra loot that we didn't have before. I don't know that any of it would be interesting. That doesn't appear to be interesting. So yeah, nothing of interest dropped, but we got a little bit more loot, and we got a lot of progress on our bounty quest. So now we head over to Enroth and actually go to where we're supposed to go. And we can actually get a bounty done there as well. Do we want to just get a bounty done in there? I guess we do. Let's do it. So we'll go do a bounty in Iron Fist. And with that done, we can also train if we want. Should we train? Should I allow myself to train? We did advance time. Oh, maybe not, actually. Does Iron Fist not have a... Is there a town hall here? There might not be a town hall here. I'm trying to think if it's one of the weird buildings in the back.
Coming right up.
I think I should allow myself to train. There's nothing really against training in anything that we're doing right now. That'll give us... Unfortunately, it is pretty late in the day. I would prefer that we had gotten here earlier, honestly. But it's fine. You know where we should go next. Where we should go. This definitely has one.
May we be served, live long and prosper.
Let's see. Newt. So that was a temple. So yeah, there isn't one here. I would assume that there's gotta be. Is there not one in Freehaven? Does Freehaven have everything except a mayor?
Hey, look at the train.
I guess it probably
Well
does.
done. Well done.
Okay, so mission successful. We've trained. We are ready to move on. I think I'm not going to use my skills yet. I'm going to let tomorrow me figure out what I'm going to do with my skills. We have cleared this dungeon, which is why we don't have that quest in our log anymore. We've cleared all of the quests that we have so far over here. So we have one option in front of us, and that option is Corligan's Estate. So I think what I'm going to do for Corligan's, we have a pretty decent amount. We have 5 saves. I think it takes a while to get into the green, and I'm going to probably want to save fairly early. I think we might want to save right after clearing the first room. It'll depend on how dangerous the first room feels with my current party setup. But we will try doing... I guess I should have teleported here. We'll try doing that. Hopefully we don't have too much difficulty with the initial room, and we feel more confident to do a little bit more before we have to go save. Though I don't know that I necessarily need to bother, because we actually have very few enemies that are going to be a meaningful threat to me in this dungeon most of the time. Most of the time, we're just going to be killing the enemies in very long corridors with no threat to us at all. Most of the dungeon's going to be real easy and real fast to clear, I think. So there's going to just be a few sections where there's like an overwhelming number of ghosts. The skeleton pit is one of them, where there's just an overwhelming number of ghosts in that room. That's going to be a problem. We have the well that may or may not be a problem. We have the initial opening area. Other than that, I think that it'll be mostly chill. So if it takes a while for us to get the ability to save after we do our initial save, having cleared the first room, it's probably not a big deal. It's probably just going to be fine. So I think that that's going to be... And it's going to be an interesting stream. I'm curious to see if we end up having as many problems tomorrow as we had today. I was thinking that maybe we would have an easier time with Castle Erathian. And Castle Erathian just turned out to be really hard to find a solution to. That dungeon just does not fuck around. And it was nice. It was nice finding a solution to that and making it work and all that jazz. And tomorrow we'll start up Corligan's, and it might be easy. I think that there's maybe 50-50 odds of me going, oh, okay, and then we just clear through the initial room without too much difficulty. Like, it's a little annoying, but then we muscle through it eventually. And then find that, like, we just clear a third of the dungeon with no problem and be like, oh, okay, we're going to be fine, actually. Because once you get to 65% clearance, you don't even... You're fine, because you can save infinitely at that point. So we'll see what happens. I'm very curious. Because it's also possible that it's actually extremely difficult, and I am underestimating it. I'm well leaving room for that, because that's very much a possibility. But anyway, that is going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream for you today. And I'm now that I've got all these like spells that are interesting to play with, and we've been dealing with interesting problems, I'm really enjoying the caster run. I think that it's fun to have access to a bunch of tools that I can play with and do different things. And it's a lot easier than dealing with the melee run because I have all these tools. But it's fun to tinker with tools sometimes. Sometimes you should treat yourself. Be good to yourself, because, you're a person and you deserve happiness. Later, folks.